Tonight, you will fall asleep with the wisdom of ages whispering through your breath. The teachings you are about to hear have traveled across time, through temples and mountains, through the silence of old monasteries and the stillness of moonlit meditation halls. They were not created to impress the mind, but to quiet it. In these stories, monks learn to rest like mountains. Lotuses close softly at night. Even wandering thoughts find their way home. Every lesson, every breath, leads you back to the same truth. That peace is not something to find, it is something to remember. So as you settle in, allow your body to grow heavy. Feel the softness beneath you, the safety of stillness. Let your hands relax, your shoulders melt, your breath slow. Inhale deeply and exhale fully. Again, inhale peace and exhale everything you no longer need. Tonight, you will not chase sleep. You will drift toward it naturally, like a leaf settling on calm water. All you must do is listen and allow these ancient Buddhist stories to guide you inward, into quiet, into release, into rest. As the sound of the Tibetan bowl fades, imagine a candle flickering gently before you. With each breath, its flame steadies, smaller, calmer, softer, until it becomes a single point of golden stillness, the quiet center of your being. Now, we begin our first story, a teaching that monks have used for centuries to calm the restless mind and fall asleep with ease. The monk who counted breaths. High in the Himalayas, where the wind carries the scent of cedar and snow, there stood a monastery carved into the side of a mountain. At night, its halls were silent, except for the low hum of chanting and the crackle of lamps burning sesame oil. Among the monks was a young novice named Aaron. He was diligent, curious, and bright, but he had one great struggle. His mind would not rest. Even after hours of study and meditation, when he lay upon his thin mat to sleep, his thoughts began to march and scatter like wild geese across the sky. He worried about his family in the village below, about the lessons he still could not grasp, about the future he could not see. Each night, he whispered to himself, "Tomorrow I will be calmer. Tomorrow I will find peace." But each tomorrow arrived with the same storm. One evening, the abbot, an old monk whose eyes held both warmth and silence, found Aaron sitting awake long past midnight. He was staring at the flame of his oil lamp, his face caught between longing and exhaustion. "You are still awake, little one?" the abbot asked gently. Aaron bowed, ashamed. My mind will not stop, Master. I try to push the thoughts away, but they only grow stronger. The abbot smiled. Then do not push. The more you fight the current, the more the water thrashes. Instead, learn to float. He sat beside the boy and lifted the lamp. Do you see how the flame moves? Arun nodded. The flame swayed slightly in the mountain breeze. When the wind is fierce, the flame bends. When the wind softens, the flame stands still. The mind is the same. The breath is the wind. If you learn to breathe softly, the flame of your mind will steady itself. The abbot handed Aaron a smooth wooden bead from his mala and said, "Tonight, do not wrestle with thought. Do not seek sleep. Simply count your breaths." Arun frowned. Count? Like numbers? Yes, the abbot said, but not with effort. When you breathe in, whisper 1. When you breathe out, whisper 2. When you reach 10, begin again. And when you forget, and you will, smile and start anew. That night, Aaron lay upon his mat. The wind sighed outside, and the monastery bell chimed softly in the distance. He placed the bead between his palms and began to count. Inhale, 1. Exhale, 2. Inhale, 3. Exhale, 4. His thoughts tried to intrude. Little flashes of memory, whispers of worry. But each time, he smiled and returned to the breath. Inhale, 1. Exhale, 2. At first, the numbers drifted like clouds across his awareness. Then, slowly, the spaces between them grew wider. The mind softened, the body released its grip. He never reached 10 that night. Somewhere between 7 and 8, the bead slipped from his hand, and the young monk drifted into the most peaceful sleep of his life. The abbot's teaching is as ancient as the mountains themselves. The Buddha once said, "Breathing in, I know I am breathing in. Breathing out, I know I am breathing out." That is all. No philosophy, no struggle, just awareness returning home. The breath is the anchor between body and mind. It does not belong to the past or the future. It only lives in this moment, and it welcomes you here, again and again. Each time your mind wanders, to worry, to memory, to noise, simply notice, smile, and begin again. Because peace is not found in reaching 10. Peace is found in remembering 1. Let's practice now, as Aaron once did beneath the mountain moon. Close your eyes. Feel your body sinking gently into the bed. There is nothing to fix, nothing to achieve. You are simply breathing. Inhale softly through the nose. Feel the air cool and alive. Exhale slowly through the mouth. Feel the release, the letting go. Now, begin to count in your mind. Inhale. 1. Exhale. 2. Inhale. 3. Exhale. 4. If a thought appears, smile gently at it, the way you would smile at a passing cloud. Let it drift away and begin again. The numbers do not matter. The breath does not need to be deep or perfect. What matters is the rhythm, a quiet, steady flow between body and earth, between thought and silence. With each breath, your flame steadies. With each breath, your body softens. With each breath, the mind remembers what rest feels like. Now, stop counting. Let the breath breathe itself. Let peace take over the work. When dawn came to the mountain monastery, the abbot found Aaron asleep, his breath calm and deep. Beside him lay the mala bead, warm from his hand. The abbot smiled, not because the boy had mastered meditation, but because he had learned the first secret of peace: to stop fighting himself. Later that day, as the sun lowered behind the peaks, the abbot gathered the monks in the courtyard for evening practice. He spoke softly. The breath is the wind that steadies the flame. But to keep the flame truly still, we must also learn to rest the body, to let it become vast and unmoving, like a mountain at dusk. And so began the next teaching, a practice passed from teacher to disciple for centuries, known among the monks as the body like a mountain. Many ages ago, the abbot began, there was a monk who could not sit still. Each time he closed his eyes, his body twitched with restlessness. He shifted on the cushion, stretched his knees, rubbed his neck, sighed. His thoughts might have been calm, but his body was still at war with itself. One night, unable to bear his discomfort, he went to the elder monk who tended the meditation hall. "Master," he said, "my mind is quiet, but my body rebels. How can I find stillness?" The elder smiled, gesturing toward the dark ridge of mountains beyond the temple. "Then let the body learn from them," he said. "Tonight, become the mountain." The monk returned to his mat and sat in silence. He straightened his spine, placed his hands upon his knees, and let the air deepen in his chest. Above him, the moon climbed slowly between drifting clouds. At first, his legs ached, his back trembled, his shoulders felt heavy. But he remembered the elder's words, "Become the mountain." So he imagined roots growing from his body into the earth, deep and strong, anchoring him in quiet strength. His spine rose like the trunk of an ancient tree. His breath became the wind moving through distant pines. He felt the world settle around him, the coolness of stone beneath, the vastness of sky above, the rhythm of his own heartbeat echoing through the ground. Bit by bit, tension dissolved, not through control, but through remembering that stillness was his nature all along. By dawn, the monk had not moved. When the first light touched his face, he opened his eyes and saw mist rising between the peaks. He smiled. "The body," he whispered, "is not the obstacle to stillness. It is the doorway to it." This is the teaching of the body like a mountain, a meditation not of striving, but of returning. The Buddha taught that the body and mind are not two separate things. They are reflections of the same stillness. When we soften the body, the mind naturally follows. When we anchor awareness in the earth beneath us, we remember that peace is not fragile. It is vast, grounded, and unshakable. To rest like a mountain is to trust gravity, to let the earth hold you without resistance. You are not trying to rise above life. You are allowing yourself to rest fully within it. Now, close your eyes. Feel your breath move in and out, slow and steady. Imagine yourself sitting at the foot of a great mountain. Its slopes rise high into the clouds, silent and unmoving. You can feel its presence, patient, eternal, ancient. With your next breath, let your body begin to mirror the mountain's stillness. Bring attention to your feet. Feel them grounded, heavy, supported by the earth. Now your legs, resting solid and strong. Your hips and lower back, softening into gravity. Your chest, open and wide, like the horizon between two peaks. Your shoulders, dropping away from the ears, releasing every burden. Your arms and hands, resting calmly on your lap. Your neck and jaw, loose and free of effort. Your eyes, quiet behind closed lids. With each exhale, imagine roots spreading from your body into the soil, anchoring you, steadying you, connecting you to something ancient and safe. Breathe in, I am steady. Breathe out, I release. Breathe in, I am the mountain. Breathe out, I rest. Notice how even as thoughts drift by, your foundation remains unmoved. The wind can pass across the mountain, but it cannot carry it away. Now, let the mountain become the body itself. Your breath, the breeze through its forests. Your heartbeat, the quiet echo of rivers beneath stone. Your mind, the clear sky resting above it all. In this stillness, you are not trying to fall asleep. you are remembering what sleep truly is. The mountain closing its eyes for a while, returning to the rhythm of the earth. By morning, the monks who passed the meditation hall found the young monk still sitting, smiling faintly in his sleep. When they asked what he had learned, he simply said, "The mountain does not chase the sky, and yet the sky always finds it." That night, he shared his experience with the others. When you rest the body, the mind follows. When you soften the heart, the world softens too. And so, the abbot taught the next lesson, one that reveals what happens when the body is still, but the mind still wanders. It is the story of how thoughts, like travelers, always find their way home. Our next story is called "The Wandering Thoughts Return Home." The evening bell echoed across the monastery. Its tone rolled down the valley, soft and low, dissolving into the mist like the fading memory of a dream. Arun sat beside his window, his candle flickering gently. His body was calm. Like the mountain he had learned to become, but his thoughts were restless again, fluttering like birds caught between branches. He tried to steady them, to bring silence back, but the more he resisted, the more they scattered. Images of his family appeared, his mother's hands, the scent of his home, the rice fields shimmering under the sun. Then came worries. Was he progressing fast enough? Was he worthy of the robe he wore? Finally, with a sigh, he went to find the abbot. The old monk sat near the lotus pond, watching fireflies weave their soft lanterns across the night air. Arun bowed deeply. "Master," he said, "my body is still, but my mind keeps wandering. I cannot stop the thoughts. They return again and again." The abbot smiled, eyes reflecting the lantern light. "Why would you wish to stop them?" he asked. "Because they disturb my peace," Arun replied. The abbot pointed toward the fireflies. "Do they disturb the sky?" Arun watched. The fireflies blinked and drifted freely, their small lights flickering against the vast darkness. The sky, endless and patient, held them without effort. The mind, the abbot said, is like the sky. Thoughts are its fireflies. They appear, they vanish, they move in patterns you cannot control, but the sky does not chase them. It only allows. He picked up a pebble and dropped it gently into the pond. Ripples spread across the surface, then slowly smoothed into perfect stillness again. When you fight thought, you create ripples. When you let it move naturally, it passes, and stillness returns on its own. Your task is not to stop thinking. It is to remember that you are not the thought itself. That night, Arun sat once more before his candle. When thoughts came, he did not resist. He watched them arrive and leave, just as the abbot had said. A memory floated by. He bowed to it. A fear arose. He breathed with it. A joy appeared. He smiled at it, and gradually his thoughts began to slow, not because he forced them, but because they were seen, accepted, and free to rest. He felt like the sky, vast, unmoving, untouched by the movement within it. And in that space of open awareness, sleep came not as escape, but as the natural unfolding of peace. This is the essence of mindfulness. Not to silence the mind, but to become aware of its nature without judgment. The Buddha taught, just as a clear mirror reflects whatever passes before it, the mind reflects whatever it touches. But the mirror is never stained by the reflection. To be mindful is to remember this: you are not your thoughts. You are the awareness that sees them, the open sky that never moves, no matter how many clouds drift across its face. When you realize this, thoughts lose their power to disturb. They become like travelers returning home, each one welcomed, seen, and gently released. Close your eyes. Take a deep, slow inhale through the nose and exhale softly through the mouth. Let the body remain heavy and at ease. Now, imagine yourself standing in a vast, open field at dusk. The sky stretches endlessly above you, wide, blue, calm. Far in the distance, you see a flock of birds returning to their nests. They cross the horizon in graceful arcs, hundreds of wings moving together. Each bird represents a thought, some bright and quick, others slow and heavy. You do not chase them. You only watch them return home. Breathe in. I allow. Breathe out. I release. Breathe in. I see clearly. Breathe out. I rest. Now, let the birds grow smaller as they settle into the trees. Their wings quiet. Their movement fades. Only the sky remains, silent, endless, untouched. This sky is your awareness. It has always been here, beneath every thought, behind every memory. Rest there now. You are not the noise of the mind. You are the stillness that holds it all. If a thought appears again, smile. Watch it fly across your sky and return to stillness on its own. Nothing needs fixing. Nothing needs changing. Everything belongs. When the morning bell rang, Aaron awoke to the golden light of dawn. He had dreamed of fireflies drifting across a boundless sky, each one glowing softly, returning to rest within the darkness that welcomed them. He told the abbot, "Last night, my thoughts came and went, but I stayed still. I think they found their home." The abbot nodded, smiling. "Then you are learning what the Buddha called the quiet joy of watching. When the mind learns to rest, the world rests with it." As the sun rose above the monastery walls, its light reflected in the lotus pond. The flowers began to close, each petal folding inward as the day surrendered to rest. "And so," the abbot said, "even the lotus knows when to let go of the light." Our next story is called "The Lotus Closes at Night." As twilight deepened over the monastery, the air grew cool and fragrant with the scent of evening jasmine. In the lotus pond, near the temple gate, dozens of blossoms floated gently upon the water, their petals pale and luminous in the fading light. One by one, as the stars began to appear, the flowers started to close, each folding inward with unhurried grace, returning to stillness after a day beneath the sun. The monks often said that the lotus knew how to meditate, that it opened to the light without fear and closed at night without regret. It did not cling to the morning, nor resist the dusk. It simply followed its nature. Aaron sat beside the pond that night, watching the last flower close. The abbot came quietly and stood beside him. "Do you see how the lotus rests?" he asked. Arun nodded. "Yes, master. It seems content." The abbot smiled. "That is the way to fall asleep, not by chasing rest, but by allowing the mind to fold gently as the lotus folds its petals. Each petal closes on its own. The flower does not command itself to sleep. It simply responds to the night." The abbot sat on a smooth stone by the pond and motioned for Aaron to close his eyes. "Listen carefully," he said. "This is the practice of the lotus closing. It will guide you to sleep, not through effort, but through surrender." Begin by feeling your breath, slow and natural. Inhale through the nose, soft and steady. Exhale through the mouth, long and gentle. Now, imagine a single lotus floating upon still water. It is your heart, radiant, open, at peace. Its petals glow faintly in the moonlight, shimmering white with hints of pink and gold. Above you, the sky deepens from blue to indigo. The first stars appear, like small blessings scattered across infinity. The world is quiet. Even the wind seems to be breathing slower. The lotus begins to move, not from command, but from instinct. The outer petals start to fan inward. With each exhale, Another petal softens and closes. You can feel it within you, the gentle folding of thought, of tension, of effort. Exhale. The body releases. Inhale. The heart opens. Exhale. The mind rests. Inhale. The night enters softly. Now, with every breath, feel the petals drawing closer, one layer at a time. The outer petals, like the body, strong, protecting, grounding. The middle petals, like the emotions, tender, sensing, feeling. The inner petals, like thought, light, delicate, dissolving. Each closes not in darkness, but in safety. Each folds inward to the still center, the quiet place where the seed of light continues to glow, untouched by the world. This is the wisdom of the lotus, to know that rest is not the end of growth, but part of it. Every being needs its night. Even the Buddha, after enlightenment, rested beneath the Bodhi tree, eyes half closed in compassion for the world. We fear sleep because it feels like letting go. But letting go is the first step toward awakening. The lotus does not resist the night. It welcomes it, trusting that morning will open it again. In the same way, your body can rest now. You are not losing consciousness. You are returning to balance. The petals of thought may close, but the light at your center remains, steady, warm, eternal. Close your eyes completely. Take a long, easy breath in and a slow, full breath out. Imagine the lotus once more, not beside you, but within your chest. Its petals are wide and luminous, floating in the still pond of your being. Now, with each exhale, allow one petal to close. With the first breath, the petal of the day closes. All worries, all noise. With the second, the petal of effort closes. Nothing to do, nothing to prove. With the third, the petal of memory closes. The past rests gently in the dark. With the fourth, the petal of expectation closes. The future no longer waits. Continue breathing softly, watching the petals fold one by one. You do not need to hurry them. They know when to rest. You are simply witnessing the lotus returning to itself. When the last petal closes, imagine a faint golden light remaining at the center, the quiet flame of awareness. It does not flicker. It only rests, patient and eternal. Breathe in that golden light. Let it fill your heart. Breathe out and feel it radiate through your entire body, through your shoulders, your arms, your hands, your chest, your legs, your feet. Every part of you glows faintly, peacefully, like moonlight beneath water. Now, there is nothing left to do. The lotus has closed. The night has come. The water is still. You are safe. You are held. You are already resting. Let the breath become smaller now, so small it feels like the body breathes itself. Let the sounds of the world fade. Let thought dissolve into the quiet between each heartbeat. If dreams come, let them move like reflections upon the pond, gentle, shimmering, unimportant. Beneath them, your awareness continues to glow, like the seed of the lotus waiting for dawn. Sleep, then, is not forgetting. It is remembering how to return inward, how to let life close its petals in peace. By the time the first birds began to sing, the monks found Aaron asleep beside the pond, a faint smile upon his face, his hands folded as if in prayer. The abbot placed a blanket over his shoulders and whispered, "When the lotus closes, it does not disappear. It rests in silence, preparing to bloom again." That evening, when Aaron awoke, he gazed upon the still pond and saw the reflection of the full moon shining perfectly across its surface, a mirror of the calm within his own heart. "And so," the abbot said, "now that you have learned to close like the lotus, it is time to learn to reflect like the water." Our next story is called "The Still Pond Reflects the Moon." The night after the lotus practice, the monastery was silent beneath a full moon. The air smelled faintly of pine and rain. From his small window, Arun could see the pond glimmering softly, a round mirror laid upon the earth. The water was so still that the moon appeared flawless upon it, not broken by ripples, not disturbed by wind. It seemed as though the sky had bent down to kiss the earth. The abbot approached quietly, his lantern dim. "Do you see how the moon rests upon the water?" he asked. Arun nodded. "It is so calm, Master. The reflection looks real." The abbot smiled. "It looks real, yes. But if the wind stirs, the moon will shatter into 1,000 pieces. And yet the moon above does not break. Only its reflection does. The mind is the same. When still, it reflects truth perfectly. When restless, it distorts what it sees." They walked together to the pond's edge. The abbot placed his lantern upon a stone and sat down. "Tonight," he said, "you will practice the still pond. Let your breath settle as the water settles. Let your mind become wide, clear, and unmoving, a mirror for the moon of awareness." Arun sat beside him, crossing his legs, his hands resting on his knees. The moonlight bathed the pond, silver and soft. He closed his eyes, listening to the sounds of the night, crickets, wind in the reeds, distant water trickling over stone. At first, his mind rippled with small movements, a thought, a memory, a brief wave of restlessness. Each one distorted the reflection of peace, but he remembered the abbot's words, "The moon above does not break." He did not chase the thoughts. He simply let them settle, like mud sinking to the bottom of clear water. Slowly, everything grew still. The sound of insects became part of the silence. The night itself seemed to breathe with him. He felt the boundaries of his body dissolve, as if the pond and the moon and his own awareness were all one single expanse of calm light. This is the heart of meditation, the still pond of awareness. When the mind becomes clear, it reflects truth without distortion. You begin to see things as they truly are: simple, beautiful, ever-changing, and free. The Buddha once said, "When the mind is calm, happiness comes like the reflection of the moon on still water." We often try to control the surface of our thoughts, to make them stop, to keep them perfect. But the real peace does not come from forcing the water still. It comes from allowing the movement to slow naturally through kindness and patience. When you stop trying to clear the pond clears itself. Close your eyes. Take a deep breath in through the nose and a long, soft breath out through the mouth. Imagine you are sitting beside a quiet pond under the moonlight. The surface is glassy, untouched. You can see the reflection of the moon, bright and whole. Now, drop a single pebble into the water. Watch the ripples move outward, gentle and circular, until they fade away. Notice how, without effort, the pond returns to stillness on its own. Your mind is like this. Thoughts are pebbles. They disturb the surface for a moment, then disappear, leaving the calm untouched beneath. Inhale. I am clear. Exhale. I am still. Inhale. I reflect truth. Exhale. I rest in peace. Now, feel your breath merging with the rhythm of the pond. Each inhale, a soft ripple. Each exhale, a gentle settling. The water grows smoother, quieter, heavier with peace. In this stillness, see the moon rise within you, a sphere of silver light at the center of your chest. It reflects on the inner water of your awareness. There is no difference between the moon and its reflection, between awareness and peace. Let yourself dissolve into that luminous quiet. The air, the water, the moon, the breath, all are one. Nothing to think, nothing to hold, only stillness, shining endlessly through stillness. Now, imagine the moon slowly fading into mist, leaving only the gentle glow of night. The pond remains clear, deep, silent. You are resting in the calm of your own being. The abbot's voice drifted like a whisper through the night. When the mind is a still pond, dreams become moonlight. They come and go, but the water never forgets its depth. Arun opened his eyes, half awake, half dreaming. The moon's reflection wavered gently on the water, and he smiled, not at the moon itself, but at the space that held both reflection and ripple alike. He realized that even when thoughts return, they are nothing more than small circles upon an endless pond. They cannot break the depth below. With that understanding, he lay beside the water, listening to the quiet rhythm of his own breath matching the pulse of the world. And soon he slept, his dreams clear and luminous, his mind resting as still as the pond itself. At dawn, the abbot rang the great temple bell. Its tone spread across the valley, deep and pure, awakening monks and birds alike. The sound lingered for a long time, vibrating through air and water until it melted into silence again. Arun, hearing it, whispered to himself, "Even the bell teaches stillness. Sound arises, sound fades, but silence always remains." And so, the abbot prepared the next evening's lesson, a meditation on sound and silence, on how listening itself can become a path to peace. Our next story is called The Temple Bell at Dusk. The sun had just dipped behind the mountains, painting the sky in bands of gold and violet. The air at the monastery grew cool and hushed. It was the hour when day bowed gently to night, the sacred time between doing and being, between motion and rest. In the temple courtyard stood an ancient bronze bell, tall as a man and heavy as wisdom itself. Its surface was etched with the stories of generations, lotus petals, cloud shapes, and the faint lines of 1,000 hands that had once touched it in prayer. Each evening, as the light faded, the abbot would strike the bell once. The sound would travel far across the valley, through the bamboo groves, over the rooftops of sleeping villages, even to the far river where fishermen paused to listen. It was not a sound of command, but of remembrance, a reminder to stop, to breathe, to return home to the present moment. That night, the abbot called Arun to his side. "Tonight," he said softly, "you will learn to meditate on sound, not to control it, not to follow it, but to listen so deeply that listening becomes silence itself. Arun nodded. He had learned to steady his breath, to rest his body like a mountain, to calm his mind like still water. Now, he would learn the final bridge between the outer and inner worlds, awareness itself, awakened through sound. The abbot lifted the wooden mallet and struck the bell. The tone that emerged was deep and full, like the heartbeat of the earth itself. It began strong, then softened, fading in layers, gold into silver, silver into air. "Do not listen with your ears alone," the abbot said. "Listen with your whole being. Let the sound travel through you. Notice how it begins, how it lingers, how it disappears. When the sound is gone, do not search for it. Listen to what remains." Arun closed his eyes. The bell's vibration hummed through his chest, his bones, his breath. It seemed to ripple through every cell of his body, dissolving the edges between sound and silence. As the tone faded, something remarkable happened. The silence that followed was not empty. It was alive, vast, ringing with its own quiet music. The abbot whispered, "Sound and silence are not two things. The bell does not create peace. It reveals it. The note arises from silence and returns to it, just as thought arises from awareness and returns to awareness. When you truly listen, you hear the world breathing with you." They sat together for a long while, the moon climbing higher, the bell cool against the air. Every so often, the abbot would strike it again. Each tone faded slower than the last, merging seamlessly into the night stillness. The spaces between sounds grew wider, softer, deeper, until even the act of listening disappeared. Arun felt the boundaries of time dissolve. There was no beginning to the sound, no end to the silence. Only a single, unbroken awareness resting in itself. In Buddhism, sound meditation is called Shravana Samadhi, the concentration born from pure listening. It teaches us that awareness is not something we must create. It is what remains when we stop grasping at what we hear, what we think, or what we expect. The bell's resonance mirrors the nature of all things. Every sound, every thought, every feeling appears, vibrates, fades, and returns to stillness. This rhythm is life itself. When we resist the fading, we suffer. When we follow it with trust, we discover peace. To listen deeply is to surrender, to let the world sing through you and rest again in silence. Close your eyes. Take a deep, slow breath in through your nose and exhale fully through your mouth. Let your body grow heavy and your breath soft. Now, imagine the great bell before you. It stands in the courtyard beneath the moon, glimmering faintly with the light of the stars. The abbot raises the mallet and strikes it once. The sound blooms through the air, a deep golden vibration that fills your chest, your arms, your hands. You can feel it move through your entire body, spreading outward like a wave through water. Inhale, I listen. Exhale, I release. The tone begins to fade, from loud to soft, from soft to subtle, from subtle to silence. Now, focus on that silence. Notice how it hums with aliveness, how it seems to hold the echo within it. This is not emptiness. This is the fullness of stillness. Inhale, I am sound. Exhale, I am silence. Inhale, I am awareness. Exhale, I am peace. Let each breath become slower, lighter. Let the line between sound and silence blur. If you hear a noise, a sigh, a distant hum, a whisper, let it become part of the meditation. There is no distraction in the sound itself. The only distraction is resistance. Listen now with your whole being. You may even begin to hear your heartbeat echoing like a quiet drum inside your chest. That too is the bell, your own life ringing softly through the temple of the body. After the last chime faded, Aaron opened his eyes. The stars reflected on the surface of the bell. He realized that he no longer heard sound with his ears. He felt it with his whole being, a resonance that connected everything. Bell, air, water, sky, and self. He turned to the abbot and whispered, "The bell no longer sounds, yet it still sings within me." The abbot nodded. That is how peace endures. It is the echo of awareness remembering itself. Later, as he lay upon his mat, the tone of the bell still drifted through him, not as sound, but as vibration, as a soft hum beneath the rhythm of his breathing. He fell asleep, listening to the silence that had always been there, the silence that no bell could ever truly disturb. The next morning, as dawn's light entered the meditation hall, the monks gathered once more. The abbot spoke softly. "You have learned to listen with the mind and the body. Now, it is time to listen with the heart." He placed a hand over his chest and smiled. When gratitude awakens, even silence becomes a song. And so began the next teaching, a meditation of the heart, of compassion and warmth, of finding rest through kindness. Our next story is called "The Grateful Heart Rests Easy." After the bell meditation, days in the monastery seemed quieter. Even the wind that moved through the pines carried a gentler rhythm. Arun felt something new, a stillness that no longer frightened him. But though his mind was calm, his heart sometimes ached with an old, unspoken longing. Late one evening, the abbot found him sitting by the temple gate, gazing at the distant lights of the village below. "You look far away tonight," the abbot said softly. Arun nodded. "I am thinking of my family, Master, of the people I left behind. I wonder if they are well, if they remember me." The abbot sat beside him, his robe whispering against the stones. "When you practice, do not forget gratitude," he said. "Calm is the moonlight of meditation, but gratitude is its warmth. Without warmth, the mind may rest, but the heart remains cold." He pointed toward the horizon, where the faint glow of lanterns shimmered in the valley. "Each light you see is a prayer from someone who loves, someone who hopes, someone who breathes. Your family is among them. When you send them kindness in your heart, you are not apart from them. You are part of the same light." That night, the abbot taught Arun the practice of the grateful heart. "Before you sleep," he said, "let your final thoughts be blessings, not worries. The heart that ends the day in gratitude wakes easily and rests deeply." He told Arun to lie upon his mat, close his eyes, and breathe softly. "As you breathe in," he said, "remember the kindness you have received from family, friends, teachers, even strangers. As you breathe out, send that kindness back to the world. Let it travel like light across the dark valley." Arun did as he was told. He began with his parents, his mother's hands preparing food, his father's laughter on long summer evenings. He felt the warmth of those memories rise in his chest. Then he breathed out, silently whispering, "May you be peaceful. May you be healthy. May you sleep well." Next, he thought of the monks around him, their patience, their companionship, their laughter during morning chores. He breathed out again, "May you be safe. May you find joy. May your hearts be light." Finally, he thought of himself, the boy who had once struggled with restlessness and doubt. He smiled and whispered, "May I forgive myself. May I be kind to myself. May I rest easily tonight." As he continued, the warmth in his chest spread outward. It flowed through his shoulders, his arms, his hands. It drifted through the walls of his room, out into the monastery, and across the valley to the sleeping village. It moved like a gentle wind, touching every being without distinction, human, animal, tree, and star. He realized that love was not something to create, but something to uncover. It had always been there, waiting beneath the noise of thought. The abbot's voice echoed faintly in his memory. When the heart is full of gratitude, even silence sings. Close your eyes. Place one hand over your chest, the other on your belly. Feel your breath moving gently beneath your palm. With each inhale, imagine drawing in warm golden light, the light of gratitude, of kindness, of all the love that has ever touched your life. With each exhale, imagine sending that same light outward to someone you care for, to someone who suffers, to someone you may never meet. Inhale, thank you. Exhale, may you be well. Inhale, thank you. Exhale, may you be free. Let this rhythm continue softly, naturally. With every breath, the light grows wider, filling the space around you, filling the night itself. Now include yourself in that circle of light. See your own body glowing gently, as though the universe is smiling through your skin. Whisper silently, I am grateful for this breath. I am grateful for this rest. I am grateful for being alive. Feel that warmth expand through your chest, radiant, calm, tender. This is not emotion. This is peace given form. Let the light grow softer now. It begins to settle back into your heart, a small, steady flame that will burn quietly through the night, keeping you safe, keeping you warm. As Aaron drifted toward sleep, he no longer felt the ache of distance. The village lights below, the stars above, even the beating of his own heart, all seemed part of one great pulse of compassion. In that moment before dreams, he understood the abbot's final teaching. Gratitude is not the end of meditation. It is its fulfillment. It is the moment when stillness becomes love. He smiled softly and whispered one last time, thank you. The word itself became a breath. The breath became silence, and silence became rest. At dawn, the abbot watched Aaron sweeping the temple steps, humming gently to himself. The abbot said, when gratitude fills the heart, even work becomes rest. He gestured toward the great wooden gate of the monastery and continued, now that you have learned to fill your heart, you must learn to empty your burdens. No traveler can walk freely with a heavy load. And so began the next evening's lesson, a practice taught in Zen monasteries for centuries, a ritual of release and renewal at the end of each day. Our next story is called The Burden Left at the Gate. As evening descended upon the monastery, a soft mist began to gather across the stone paths. The lanterns glowed faintly, their light shimmering through the fog like fireflies caught in slow motion. From every corner came the gentle sound of robes brushing the ground. Monks returning to the temple gate one by one, carrying their day's offerings and fatigue. Each night, before retiring, they performed an ancient practice known simply as leaving the burden at the gate. It was a ritual not of words, but of remembrance, a way of returning to sleep with an empty heart and open hands. Arun watched as the monks lined up quietly outside the great wooden gate. Each monk paused before entering, bowed deeply, and whispered something into the night. A silent confession, a small release, before stepping across the threshold. Some left behind their worries, others their pride, others still their unspoken sorrow. Nothing was visible, and yet the air seemed lighter with every breath. When it was Arun's turn, he hesitated. The abbot, standing nearby, gestured for him to approach. "What do you carry tonight, my child?" the abbot asked. Arun bowed his head. "I carry thoughts that return too often," he said softly. "I carry mistakes I have already learned from, yet still remember. And sometimes I carry the feeling that I am not enough." The abbot nodded gently. "Then tonight, leave them here." He pointed to the ground before the gate. "You do not need to solve your burdens before releasing them. The act of placing them down is the solving itself." Arun took a slow breath and stepped closer. He imagined his burdens as small stones in his hands, each one heavy with thought, worry, or regret. He knelt and placed them gently on the earth. As he did, he whispered, "This belongs to the day. The night does not need it." The mist swirled softly around his knees. He felt lighter already, not because the stones had vanished, but because he no longer claimed them as his. The abbot smiled. "Every thought, every emotion, every memory you carry," he said, "was never truly yours to begin with. You are only the traveler passing through. The gate does not close behind you, it opens within you." That night, as Arun lay upon his mat, he imagined that great wooden gate resting inside his heart, wide and welcoming. With each breath, he opened it a little more, letting the winds of the world pass through him without resistance. He realized that peace was not something to build, but something to uncover once the clutter of the day was laid down. Sleep came easily. No dreams, no striving, only the quiet rhythm of breath, like footsteps crossing the gate between waking and rest. In Zen monasteries, the gate symbolizes the boundary between the world of effort and the world of surrender. Every evening, monks bow before it to release what they no longer need: the weight of expectation, the residue of thought, the echoes of emotion. The Buddha taught, holding on to anger, to worry, to memory is like carrying a torch against the wind. It burns only the one who holds it. True rest begins when you put the torch down. Letting go is not forgetting, nor rejecting. It is simply trusting that what was heavy can return to the earth, and what remains will always be enough. Close your eyes. Take a deep, easy breath in through the nose, and a long, soft breath out through the mouth. Imagine yourself standing before a great wooden gate beneath the moonlight. The air is cool and quiet. The world behind you, the day, the thoughts, the noise rests in shadow. Before you lies peace. In your hands, you hold a small satchel. Inside it are all your burdens, worries, regrets, memories, the words you wish you'd said, the ones you wish you hadn't. You feel their weight, and yet you smile, for now you are ready to release them. Slowly place the satchel on the ground before the gate. Bow deeply. Whisper softly, "This belongs to the day. The night does not need it." As you straighten, notice the lightness in your chest. Notice how your breath moves more freely. The gate opens, not outward, but inward, revealing a vast garden bathed in moonlight. Step through. There is no door to close behind you, for the burdens have already dissolved like mist in the morning sun. Now, breathe again. Slower, deeper. Inhale, I release. Exhale, I rest. Inhale, I surrender. Exhale, I am free. Stand for a moment in this garden of silence. Each breath is a step further into peace. Each exhale, a falling leaf. Each heartbeat, a bell of release. The night welcomes you. It holds you like the earth holds the fallen leaves, without judgment, without condition, transforming them quietly back into life. Later that night, the abbot passed through the courtyard. He saw the faint outline of the gate through the fog, still, silent, sacred. At its base lay a few small stones glistening with dew, and he smiled, knowing that the young monk had left his burdens there. He whispered a final blessing. To rest is to trust the gate you've opened within. What you leave outside returns as peace within. As Arun slept, His dreams were light and brief, like wind moving through bamboo, like the sound of distant rain. By dawn, the monks opened the temple gates again. The air was clear, the fog gone, and the path before them shone faintly with drops of morning light. The abbot turned to the young monks and said, "When the heart is empty, even an empty bowl can reflect the sky." And so began the next teaching, a lesson in simplicity and release, in finding freedom, not by adding more, but by realizing that you already have enough. Our next story is called The Empty Bowl. The morning after the gate ritual, the monks gathered for their simple breakfast of rice and tea. Each carried the same kind of bowl, round, smooth, unadorned, given to them when they first entered the monastery. For years, the bowls had been handled, washed, and refilled thousands of times, yet they remained whole, each one shining faintly in the morning light. Arun, still new to the monastery, often admired the older monks' calm during mealtime. They ate slowly, in silence, as though the act of lifting a spoon was itself a prayer. He, however, often found his mind wandering, thinking about the taste, the portion, whether he had taken too much or too little. One day, the abbot noticed this restlessness and called him aside after the meal. He held up his own bowl, empty and clean. "Tell me, Arun," he said, "what is the purpose of this bowl?" Arun smiled uncertainly. "To hold food, master." The abbot nodded. "Yes, but tell me, if the bowl is already full, can I place anything new within it?" "No, master," Arun replied. "Then what must it be to serve its purpose?" "It must be empty." "Just so," said the abbot, "and the same is true of your mind." He turned the bowl slowly in his hands. The mind filled with worry cannot receive peace. The mind filled with plans cannot receive presence. Just as the bowl must be empty to hold nourishment, your heart must be empty to hold stillness. He placed the bowl before Aaron and added softly, "Tonight, practice being the empty bowl." That evening, as the last light faded and the temple bell sounded across the valley, Aaron sat cross-legged on his mat with his bowl before him. The bowl gleamed faintly in the candlelight, simple, flawless, waiting. He took a slow breath and gazed at it, realizing how often his own mind tried to stay full of plans, thoughts, expectations, even meditation itself. He placed his hand gently over the bowl and whispered, "Tonight, I will not fill you." Then he closed his eyes and imagined his thoughts as drops of water being poured out one by one. Each exhale emptied something. A worry about tomorrow, a memory of yesterday, a self-judgment he no longer needed. In his imagination, the bowl became clearer, lighter, almost transparent, until it reflected only the soft light of the candle before him. The abbot's voice echoed in his mind. When you stop clinging to what fills you, you make space for what frees you. Arun realized that the bowl had never resisted being filled or emptied. It had always simply received, then released. Peace, he thought, must be the same. Not a state to hold, but a space to return to when everything else has been set down. The empty bowl is one of the oldest symbols of Buddhist life. It represents openness, humility, and non-attachment. The Buddha once said, "Do not seek to fill the mind like a vessel. Be like the bowl that welcomes whatever comes and releases whatever goes." To live with an empty bowl is not to lack anything. It is to be free from the constant hunger for more. Worry, fear, and control are the things we use to fill ourselves, but they do not nourish us. They only weigh us down. When you become the empty bowl, you stop clinging to every drop of experience. You allow life to come and go in its own rhythm. That is true peace, a calm so vast that even thought has space to rest. Close your eyes. Take a deep, easy breath in through the nose, and a long, slow breath out through the mouth. Imagine a small clay bowl resting before you on the ground. It is smooth, simple, beautiful in its quietness. There is nothing inside, only space, only stillness. Now, imagine that with each breath, you pour something from your heart into that bowl to release it. Inhale, I acknowledge. Exhale, I release. Inhale, I see. Exhale, I let go. With each exhale, the bowl fills briefly with a thought, a feeling, a memory, and then empties itself again, effortlessly. You watch it without control, without resistance. It simply receives and releases. Now, bring your awareness to your own body. Imagine your chest, your mind, your very being as this bowl, open and light. Whatever arises, a sound, a thought, a memory, is placed gently within, seen and allowed to pass. There is nothing to fix, nothing to hold, only space, pure, boundless, forgiving space. The more you empty, the fuller you feel, not with noise, but with peace. not with possession, but with freedom. This emptiness is not void. It is the quiet fullness of presence itself. Inhale, I am open. Exhale, I am free. Inhale, I am enough. Exhale, I rest. Now, let even these words fade. You are the bowl, the breath, the silence between both. As the candle's flame softened, Aaron opened his eyes. The bowl before him reflected a perfect circle of light, not the candle itself, but its glow. He smiled, realizing that emptiness does not mean absence. It means space for reflection, for peace, for rest. He lay down and breathed gently, his hands resting loosely upon his chest. Each breath emptied him a little more, until all that remained was the quiet awareness of being held, like the bowl resting upon the earth. Sleep came like water filling the empty vessel, slow, silent, natural. At dawn, when the abbot passed through the meditation hall, he found Aaron's bowl still sitting by the mat, a faint ring of candle soot circling its rim, a trace of light left behind by the night. The abbot smiled and whispered, "Even the empty bowl holds the reflection of the moon." He turned to the other monks and said, "When you have learned to empty the bowl of the day, the night itself becomes your teacher. For in rest, the Buddha is always awake." And so began the final story of the night, a tale of surrender and trust, of what it means to rest completely in the wisdom of the Buddha's peace. Our next story is called The Sleeping Buddha. Night had fallen softly over the valley. The monastery's lanterns flickered low, and the last notes of evening chant faded into silence. Beyond the temple walls, the forest whispered with the gentle hum of crickets and the faraway call of night birds. Inside, every monk had gone to rest, every lamp extinguished, every bowl set aside. Only Aaron remained awake, sitting in the meditation hall beneath the statue of the Buddha. The statue was ancient, carved from smooth stone, its eyes half closed, its face serene as the moonlight that touched it. He had seen it many times before, but tonight something felt different. The stillness around it was not lifeless. It was alive, breathing, pulsing with an invisible rhythm. The abbot entered quietly and sat beside him. For a long while, they said nothing. Finally, Aaron whispered, "Master, I have learned to breathe, to rest, to let go. But when I lie down to sleep, part of me still holds on, as though I fear losing myself in the dark." The abbot smiled gently. "That fear," he said, "is the last illusion to surrender. Even the awakened must learn to rest without grasping. He gestured toward the statue before them. "Do you know," he asked, "that the Buddha himself slept?" Arun looked up, surprised. "Truly?" "Yes," the abbot said softly. The enlightened one still rested, not because he needed escape, but because sleep, too, is part of the Dharma. It is the body returning to balance, the mind releasing its grip on form, and awareness trusting itself enough to disappear into silence. The abbot rose and guided Aaron to the foot of the statue. "Lie down," he said, "as the Buddha lies. On your right side, one hand beneath your cheek, the other resting gently upon your chest." Arun did so, feeling the cool floor beneath him, the air still and weightless. "Now," said the abbot, "imagine that this is not the end of the day, but the continuation of practice. You are not falling asleep. You are falling into truth. Let go of the effort to be awake. Let go of the need to hold the world in your mind, even this breath. Let it breathe itself." Arun felt his body begin to soften, his thoughts scattering like petals across water. He imagined the Buddha beside him, vast, unmoving, radiant with peace. The statue's eyes seemed half closed, not from fatigue, but from compassion so deep it embraced the whole world. For the first time, he understood that to sleep was not to lose consciousness, but to trust life enough to surrender control. The sleeping Buddha is one of the oldest and most sacred images in Buddhist art. It depicts the Buddha lying peacefully before his final passing, not in suffering, but in complete acceptance. The teaching is simple. Rest is not a weakness, it is an act of faith. When you rest, you affirm that the universe continues without your effort, that the heart beats, the earth turns, and the stars move in perfect silence without command. To rest deeply is to say, "I trust." To sleep peacefully is to practice awakening, not to new activity, but to the timeless stillness that has always held you. The Buddha taught, when you release clinging, even for a moment, you taste nirvana. Sleep, then, is the daily nirvana, the moment we let go of everything and are held by nothing but peace. Lie back gently. Let your head rest upon the pillow, your right hand under your cheek, your left upon your chest, feeling the quiet rhythm of your heart. Take a slow breath in through the nose and exhale softly through the mouth. With every breath, imagine yourself lying beside the great Buddha, the air cool, the world silent, the stars above shining like a crown of stillness. Now, repeat silently with each breath. Inhale, I let go. Exhale, I am held. Inhale, I surrender. Exhale, I rest. Feel your body growing heavier, your breath slower, your thoughts fading into the horizon of night. The body breathes, the heart beats, the world turns. You do not need to do anything. This is trust, the purest form of faith. Now, imagine the Buddha's golden light spreading around you. A soft radiance that covers your body like a warm blanket. It seeps into your chest, your arms, your legs, your hands, your feet. Every cell glows faintly, peacefully, until your entire being becomes light itself. The edges of your awareness dissolve into that light. There is no distinction between you and peace. You are simply resting within the great compassion of the universe. You are safe. You are home. You are the Buddha, resting within the Buddha. The abbot watched as Aron's breathing slowed. His body lay perfectly still, his expression serene. The candle flickered once, twice, then went out, leaving only the soft silver of moonlight across the floor. For a long while, the abbot remained in silence. Then he whispered a final blessing. May all beings find rest. May all hearts release their burdens. May all who close their eyes tonight awaken in peace. He bowed to the statue and to the sleeping monk beside it, knowing that both rested in the same stillness, the stillness that is beyond dreaming, beyond thought, beyond even the idea of sleep. Sleep in the Dharma is not an ending, but a return to the quiet truth that needs no words, to the peace that breathes even when we do not. So when you close your eyes tonight, know that you are not drifting away from awareness. You are returning to it, wrapped in its silence, bathed in its light. Rest now in the Buddha's peace. Let the night carry you. Let the breath guide you home. The stories have ended now. The temple lamps are dim. Outside, the world sleeps beneath the hush of stars. And here you are, still breathing, still resting, your body heavy, your heart light, your mind open and clear. Each teaching tonight has been a step, a single footprint on the quiet path toward peace. You learn to count the breath like wind across the mountain, to rest the body like stone, to let thoughts drift like birds returning home, to close like the lotus at night, to reflect like the still pond beneath the moon, to listen like the temple bell at dusk, to warm your heart with gratitude, to leave your burdens at the gate, to become the empty bowl, and finally to sleep as the Buddha slept, not in escape, but in complete trust. Now, all the lessons dissolve into one simple truth. Peace has always been here. It was never far, never lost. never broken. It was waiting behind every breath, beneath every thought, within every heartbeat. Let that truth sink deeper now, not as an idea, but as a feeling, a deep, quiet knowing. You are already home. Breathe in softly through your nose. Exhale gently through your mouth. The body knows how to rest. You don't have to guide it. You only have to allow it. With each breath, your awareness expands, like ripples fading into a still lake. Your feet grow heavy, rooted in peace. Your legs soften, releasing the weight of the day. Your hips sink into the surface beneath you, grounded, safe. Your spine aligns effortlessly, breathing with you. Your chest rises and falls like a gentle tide. Your arms, hands, and fingers melt into the stillness. Your face loosens, your jaw unclenches, your eyelids soften into sleep. Now, imagine a silver moon above you, its light cascading down through the air, washing over your body in waves of calm. Each breath pulls that light inward. Each exhale spreads it through your heart, your mind, your soul. This light holds no judgment, no effort, no demand. Only rest, only peace, only love. I am safe now. I am calm now. I am free from worry. My breath is soft and steady. My body knows how to rest. I release all control. I trust the rhythm of life. Peace flows through every cell of my being. I let go of the day. I surrender to the night. My mind is clear as a still pond. My heart is light as the lotus in bloom. My spirit is vast as the open sky. I am the mountain at rest. I am the water reflecting the moon. I am the silence between sounds. I am whole. I am enough. I am peace itself. Now, imagine the moon slowly lowering toward the horizon. Its reflection glides across the water, closer, closer, until both become one. You are the moon, the reflection, the water, the night. There is no separation, no distance, only a gentle blending into stillness. Feel the breath fade to a whisper. The heart slows. The mind grows luminous and vast. Sleep begins not with darkness, but with light so soft, so subtle, that it feels like love breathing you to rest. The body dissolves into comfort. The world fades to quiet. Only awareness remains, soft, infinite, serene. Tonight, may you sleep like the Buddha, not escaping life, but resting fully within it. May your dreams be kind and light. May your breath carry you gently through the night. May your heart remember the peace you have always known. Inhale, peace. Exhale, release. Inhale, light. Exhale, sleep. Let go now. Let the stories rest. Let the silence hold you. Somewhere beyond thought, beyond breath, the night hums with ancient wisdom. The same stillness that guided the monks, that cradled the Buddha beneath the Bodhi tree, that now cradles you. You are part of that stillness. You are that stillness. The breath grows quiet, the body sleeps, the soul smiles. All is well. All is peaceful. All is one.